I wish the things didn't like fucking go off when it's your thing. Like the notifications. I don't need to be notified that I went live. Wish it told you what you had. Yeah, see, all of these things that they gave us all these freaking mod things, and I have every freaking one of these, so, like, yeah, thanks for the help. No. First Descendant. Oh my god, shut up with your fucking dancing music. Do monkey noise, do monkey noise, do like what the fuck? Yes, that's what it is. Every 5 fucking seconds I hear a monkey fucking scream. Like a monkey was sitting there, and a monkey that was slightly too big to put it in that monkey's butt, and it's just like that kind of scream, like ah, like panic monkey shriek, absolute panic monkey shriek. Because it's not like an angry monkey shriek. It's like a scared, surprised monkey shriek. Like ah, is what it sounds like. When do you make ah noise? Someone stick something in you. Needle ah, dick ah.
If it's new research, I'm listening.
Not there, wrong hole, kind of scream. Alright, that. I just got this one to do. I need Vrania, Ultimate Vrania, so this one I'm not. That's Ultimate Vrania. I need to craft them for sure, but. That's my ass! Scream. Bro. Fucking First Descendants. Like, did you know that not only did they ban, like, LAMO, like L-A-M-E-O, or A-L-A-M-O, they banned L-A-M-O, L-A-M-E, A-L-M-E-O, loser, and noob, as in, you know, N-O-O-B, and they banned N-E-W-B-I-E, newbie, as in someone who's newer to the game. All of those are banned words, by the way. Is that fucking stupid or what? You're not allowed to say lame. You're not allowed to say lame-o in both spellings. You're not allowed to say loser, and you're not allowed to say noob, and you're not allowed to say newbie. Tried to call a map lame, and then it's like, nope. You can't say that word. That's a banned word. Lame. Really. What are we, like, powdering everyone's butthole now? So we don't have fucking pronouns as in our selection unit. You need to pick your Spartan's pronoun. What? It's a Spartan. They're for military. They're fucking professional. No, that's not a pronoun. Halo wouldn't give you that option. I still think it's fucking ridiculous. Why do you need to put your Spartan's pronouns? Last time I checked, military doesn't have time for that shit. You are a genetically engineered, you know, dispensable soldier.
Just so we're all aware how stupid this sounds, pronouns in Halo do not go well together. You're a genetically... I'm so mad I can't English. I'm not you're not genetically engineered, you're genetically enhanced. Super soldier that has one job and one job only. Kill and kill fast. Before your enemy knows exactly what to hit them. Hello!
We don't have time for pronouns.
We ain't got no time for that.
Plus, you're talking about a process that kills several. You think they're gonna care about the Spartans' feelings about pronouns? They literally put them through a procedure that killed like 70% of them.
Right.
To make them Spartans, they killed 70% of their test subjects. This is an acceptable number. I think, was it like 70 or 75%?
I think it was like 70, 75% around that. Like, well, so.
Yeah, or worse. The survival rate was horrendous. They're not gonna sit there and care about pronouns.
Nope.
They literally kidnap children.
Exactly. And I'm sorry, but like, if you're at the age that they took the kids at, I don't think the kids were even thinking about pronouns by that time. Well, this generation is kind of pussified.
Well, this is what happens when you allow people to be sensitive. Everything hurts their feelings, and then you have to, like, more and more and stuff. And then when they come across somebody or go to a country and they feel entitled because they're used to pampering their whole fucking life, and that country doesn't suit their whatnot and bend over backwards for them, and they end up in fucking jail, that's gonna be your generation's fault, because, you know, other countries are kind of don't give a shit.
Like, look, I mean, use Ukraine for instance. Like, they don't care. Like, Slavic countries don't give a shit. German countries, they don't give a shit. It's like, oh, you have pronouns? Good for fucking you. I actually talked to someone from, like, what was it? France, I think, on Xbox a couple of days ago. Like, I got bored. I got on game chat, and I'm like, and like someone sent me a message on fucking Xbox. I was like, what's your fucking pronouns? And I start going off, and this guy, said, wait, like, yo, what's going on about? Like, this guy asked me what my fucking pronouns are. Like, pronouns? What the fuck are those? Exactly.
It doesn't make any sense though, because like, either get the transition or don't. I'm not ever. You can't expect everyone to start off a conversation with which pronouns.
Exactly.
That I'll go to talk. You know, because you got people like me who, look. I don't wanna sit there and try and memorize what everybody wants to be called. You got a big working dick, you're a guy.
Right. And like,
That's how that's determined.
and like they're like, oh, there's more than 2 genders. I'm like, okay. What types of transgender is there? Male and female. 2 genders. I'm sorry. No matter how you cut the fucking cake, it's still 2 genders. And like, and
The
people
only
are
time
like,
you're allowed to have pronouns is if you literally have both parts to both genders and they work.
right.
Then you can pick and choose what you want to be.
Exactly.
Otherwise, get a sex change. And follow through. Like, until you being done with the dick, it's not fully transitioned.
Exactly.
Therefore, you are still not officially that gender. Take it or leave it. Oh, what's the hardest part? Well, you came this far. What are you gonna puss out now?
Right.
If you didn't really care that much about transgender, like I knew somebody who's like been in the quote unquote transition for like fucking ever, and I'm like, you know, that whole limbo thing is what gives trans a bad names.
Right.
It's also why people stop and think that they have more than one gender. No.
No, you don't,
All you
sweetheart.
did, you don't have 2 genders. You strapped a pair of tits on yourself. That's all it is.
You're just futa at this point.
You added silicone.
Right.
Yeah.
You're not even real
That's why you
tits.
didn't. This is what I'm gonna say. I'm gonna call them futa.
Right. Like,
But you're still referred to as a guy. You're just a guy with tits.
exactly.
Whether it be silicone or literal fat. Until you transition fully, you're just a guy with tits. Sorry, that's kind of fact. I mean,
Right.
are you a girl with a dick? Well, no, because you don't have all the girl parts yet. But you have all the guy parts, which makes you a guy, which means you're a guy with tits. Technically and logistically speaking, you can't really argue against that point.
Nope.
When speaking to a doctor, are you a guy or a girl? You know, you should. Oh, I'm this or that. No, if you've had to transition with a doctor, you're trans masculine or trans feminine. You've transitioned into that. And for all of you people, look, I'm not on one side or the other, because for all of you people who think, oh well, there's nobody who in trans masculine, people only transition to female because dead. No, I know a few trans masculines. So shut the fuck up. You don't know what you're talking about. It's not a one-way street. Not only one side can do it. They're not doing. I mean, if they're doing it to get laid, that's you know, at that point they're better off buying a hooker. Less money, less risk of getting injured.
Like, I've talked
Surgery
to
ain't no.
I've talked to a couple doctors, and it said when you transition from male to female, and you know what's off, that's the most risky part of the surgery.
It is.
You could, and I told people this after I learned that. Like, I'm gonna transition. I'm like, are you sure you want to do that? They're like, yeah. Are you willing to die on the operating table? Like, well, no. And I'm like, then you're not willing to go through the whole procedure.
Are you willing to risk dying on the operating table?
Because that's how, like, I'm gonna say this, through any operation, it doesn't matter what kind of operation it is. And I asked, again, I asked him, surgeon, what's the most risky surgery you have ever performed? And they said open heart. I'm like, well, no. I said to them, well, no shit. You're dealing with someone's heart. And the guy could laugh out of it because it was, I was just doing it. I was just being like a smart ass. Unfortunately, this generation is like can't differentiate someone being a smart ass and someone who's being a fucking asshole.
Again, they've lost out on sarcastic because they're too busy powdering the buttholes.
For real. Not having, you gave me the most amazing image ever. Boop, 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 boop. I just powdered my butthole. Good for you.
I can't
God
take the
damn.
powdering your butthole. Powdering anything is because it's overly sensitive and agitated. And how would I describe the current generation who can't handle shit? You know, butthurt as fuck, aka powdering their buttholes. Powder your butthole and move on with your fucking life.
Right? And like, I asked my roommate a while ago, where it's back and forth with this dude. Like, we're either on good terms or we're not on good terms. It's confusing. But like I said, I'm like, what do you think about gay people? He's like, I don't care if you're gay, straight, whatever. Just don't force it down my throat. And I'm like, what about trans people? He's like trans what? Trans people. People who like, I go through a sex change and identify as male or like the opposite gender that they were assigned at birth.
Look,
He's like, I don't know how to feel about them.
I get it. You have the right to paint your face trans colors, to do this and that, but don't get mad when people make fun of you. If you're like wearing, because you know what? I have the right to put on a fucking Batman mask and as a teenager and ride my fucking bike down the street with a homemade, like, from fabric that literally had Batman and Robin on it. My grandma had made that into a cape from when I was little, and I wore that, and I didn't get butt hurt when people looked at me funny.
Right?
I was trying to be fucking weird. I was
Exactly.
bored, wanted to see what would happen and what people do. But you know what? That's my right. I can wear what the fuck I want. As long as I'm... But you know what? If the police gets called, they tell me I need to change my shit. Because I'm making people feel uncomfortable because I look like a robber. Then I might want to reconsider my choices. Even if I can at that point, but... If I'm just wearing a fucking t-shirt... They can't tell me what to do. But people have the right to their own impressions of shit.
Right.
It's not illegal and it's not a hate crime to make fun of what you're wearing.
Right.
Honestly, I don't even think it's a hate crime to sit there and make fun of somebody for being something. It's called bullying. Not hate crime. Hate crime is when you take it far because of something.
Right.
I mean, calling that a hate crime is like saying the kid who shot up the school was a terrorist. The kid never doesn't give two shits about fucking politics. He was depressed, angry, and shot up a school.
Right.
It has nothing to do with politics at all. Terrorists are for political or religious thing-related reviews. It's not terrorism. It's a mass homicide. That's it, right? I mean, I'm not supporting bashing people, but when it becomes a hate crime, it's when you're physically assaulting the person.
Right.
Or infringing on their rights.
Basically. Like,
Sorry?
call
You being...
Go on.
You having your feelings hurt and someone saying hateful things towards you, I bet it's like the difference between me saying, it's like anything, you could say anything's a hate crime at that point. Calling you fat, oh, it's a weight crime, it's a hate crime against people who are heavy. No, it's
like,
called bullying.
And
It's called being an asshole.
right. And like in different countries, bullying is not seen as bullying. It's seen as character building. Well, unless it gets to the point where it's like it's beyond character building, then it's bullying.
Yeah. Get the fuck over yourself.
Right. Like,
I'm sorry. I'm not sorry, but I'm sorry, but I'm not sorry. You can't sit there and act surprised that people are going to bully you. By sitting there and being butthurt, you make yourself a bigger target.
exactly. More an
Making
easy target.
your situation worse. Take it from me, who's actually been in an altercation like this. The person sat there and insisted that it was a hate crime, even though the way we used the word and what we used the word at didn't even involve them at all.
Right.
He happened to be a bystander in the room. We didn't look towards him. Nothing indicated. And when asked, we directly stated that it was obviously this, like, because we had said it right in correlation with the event happening on the TV. And he sat there and threw a fit and threatened the lawyer and got banned from the college.
Right.
It's not a hate crime.
Like,
We use the word queer to describe something spontaneous and random. If you asked us what the definition of queer was, we both replied simultaneously without any kind of hesitation, random as fuck. Queer's literal definition is not gay.
has nothing to do with.
I'm sorry, that doesn't
LGBT.
that doesn't make you special. That is a unique. It is even if it is a definition, it's not its original definition.
Right.
It's like gay was happy. Having yourself a grand gay old time does not mean we're a bunch of guys flirting with each other or the like. That is the most, like, prior to growing up, prior to me ever realizing that, I would use the term grand gay old time.
Right.
Because I did, and I was like 3 or 4. So don't tell me like everyone grows up learning. No. Do you know what? Well, black people were slaves. You don't think white people were slaves too?
Well, way back when, yeah, white people
They
can
were.
be a slave.
They weren't as common. But that's not our fault. You were selling, the African tribes were selling in bulk. And you know what? You don't see us bitching about it every time we go to another country.
No.
And the whole religious thing, like, yeah, sure, in American history, but you want to take religious history? You have white people being enslaved in the fucking Bible.
Yep.
An entire,
Ow.
religious group, like Jews, were enslaved.
Right.
In the Bible. By the Egyptians. You don't see us bitching about it every time we see a fucking Egyptian. Why? Because we're grown the fuck up.
We got over it.
We
Yeah, we were
need to
slaves, but
recompense us and nah. Well, if you want to go by color of skin, Egyptians are darker than white. I know, I've seen them. So technically speaking, they're not yellow. They don't have a yellowish tint. And don't get on my ass. I'm fucking colorblind. All I see is in gray. So if you want to fucking call me out for fucking hate shit, get over yourself. I can't even fucking see color.
Literally.
I go off literal sign. I'm basing this off scientific pigments.
Right.
The pigment in your skin. There are yellow pigments and brown pigments and lack of pigment. I also never claimed to be 100% accurate, but they have more tan than they have yellow. I don't even know if that makes sense. Does tan have to do with yellow or brown? Or does tan have to do with yellow or brown?
Not to my knowledge.
Does it have to do with yellow or brown? Like,
Tan.
what is
Yellow or brown.
Like, what is it related to?
And it is more brownish, I want to say.
Okay, there we go. See, I wasn't wrong.
Because, like, if you think about it, it's...
If you play
they
a
call
dark tan, is that yellow or brown? Like a dark tan.
like more like a brown.
Does it get more brown the darker it gets, or does it get more yellow?
More brown.
Okay, then tan's brown. But get over it.
Right.
If nobody needs to recompense you, and unless your grandma was a child of someone who used to be a slave, you're still living grandma. And don't get on my ass for that shit. Look, we include dead people, it just goes back forever.
Right.
Dead people can't sit there and talk to you. You lose your right to bitch about it when it no longer directly affects your life. Dead people don't directly affect your life, they affect your past.
Right. Unless you know some voodoo shit.
That is
You know how to raise the
your
dead, but whatever.
emotional thing. Your emotional baggage is your now problem. But that's from loss, not from their experiences. Because they're not currently sharing their experiences and they're not currently affected by it. So you're not currently affected by it.
Exactly.
You only know what they told you. It's like, example on, like, one of my favorite things to harp on when it comes to slavery and the over crying about it when it has nothing to do with the current you, and feeling like you need to
entitled
out
to
injustices
compensation.
and stuff, and I'm like, it's
Okay.
not helping anything now, kind of thing. It doesn't even have to do with African Americans. My biggest beef is with fucking goddamn Christians.
Right.
You talk about how awful it was in Egypt. Did you know that the average slave, actually they were all treated mostly with the same standards. Do you know what the average slave was actually envied by anyone, in any citizen of Egypt that had low income? They were envied. They had better living arrangements. They had better beds. Can you imagine not being a free man, and or being a free man, and the person who's not a free man that you come across every day literally lives better, sleeps better, eats better than you do? You know how frustrating that must be? So don't whine and cry about how bad Christians, unless you actually bother to look it up.
Right.
Because Egyptian slaves were often always treated. They had good beds, maintained beds. They lived. You ever seen those mansions where servants worked in, but they were free? They lived like that. They lived on their lord's property. That means their lawn was fucking mowed. Anybody who has an apartment, they basically lived better than you.
Yep.
For the times, they lived better than you. Slaves in Egypt lived better than you. I live in an apartment, slaves lived better than me. Why? I have to pay my own fucking food bills. We have to pay our own food bills. We have to worry about job security. Slaves were allowed example of rights slaves had that aren't typical overall when it came to slaves in Egypt. We're history lessoning here. They have a right to own property. That means their owner, let's say the slave had a book, right? They got a book, they managed to trade for a book, food or whatever. They weren't allowed to own money, but they were allowed to own valuables, and they were allowed to trade those valuables. And back then, trading a duck was the same thing as paying in money.
Right.
You could literally, they had the right to decline it, but you could literally buy food with a duck. You could scoop a duck up, surprise it, scoop a duck up from the local, river or whatever, and walk it over to the market and buy food with it. Same thing with a cow or an ox. You didn't sell it, you actually traded it for stuff you needed. If the owner of the slave, who owned a book, took that book from them, they would be charged with theft.
Right.
Literally. It would be considered stealing, and they would be prosecuted. Do you know what theft was back then in that area?
I think it was
Cutting
like
off your fucking fingers.
no, it was cutting off your hand.
That's Arabian.
Oh, okay, never mind.
They cut off a finger
Oh,
every time you stole. They cut off a finger. You did not get to pick which finger either. They took your hand, they cut off a finger. Or you get lashings. Depends.
right.
Okay. Rulings and consequences weren't set in stone then. Or you lose a finger, or you get whipped. And you own the slave. You weren't allowed to freak out and whatnot. They couldn't be mistreated. Only time they actually got whipped was when they refused to do what they were taught to do, like work. But they sat there and like, I don't feel like it. It was considered stealing. They got whipped. They needed all their fingers to do their work, so they didn't cut fingers, so they whipped them. That's because they refused to do what they were supposed. Their required to do. They earned food for working. They were allowed to negotiate their income. Slaves had income. They didn't get paid in money, they got paid in food, and they were allowed to negotiate that.
Right.
Name any other circumstances where slaves A had a wage, and B, when they were allowed to negotiate it.
Not in America.
Not in America. Not in Europe. I don't think.
Like during ancient times, yeah, they could. In a lot of ancient countries.
It depends. Most of them didn't. Most of
Probably
them
a lot.
considered you an object. So I don't want to hear this whining and crying and all this about retribution. Do you know that when freed, most of them went back to work, chose to. Moses freed the slaves, drove them to a new land, and had them carve out this own thing. Did you know? I haven't researched it thoroughly, but I can guarantee you that over 10% of those slaves went back to work. They
Right.
traveled all the fuck the way back to go back to their masters to be a slave again
They didn't know what to do.
because it was easier.
Right.
Because it was better living. It was a downgrade for most of them.
But
Mind you, they traveled an ocean to go back. That says some significance about how they were treated. Notice how history has this labeled, but the Bible never mentions it once.
because the creators of the Bible were like, oh, we want a good fairy tale, or we want it perfect, because we want people to have hope.
I didn't align with Christian beliefs.
Right.
All men are treated equal. Even so, basically speaking, the slaves that went back, according to the Christian beliefs, the slaves that went back to be slaves go to hell because they refused to comply with the all men are equal.
Right.
If you want to nitpick and of course translate that shit, but it never says that. I might need to go get food later. I'm just saying, like, which is your morning talks with Wolf. Life isn't always hunky-dory.
Right?
Things are biased. The Bible was written by people. People are biased. Here's an experiment. Give someone a book, right? Tell them what you want written down in it. Right? And then see how along with what you wanted them to do. It ends up actually being. And tell me how much you trust bunches of random people to write a book built over time. I'm not saying your religions are invalid. I'm just saying be mindful of facts. And don't whine and cry about it until you properly educate yourself.
Right?
This is why my mom would immediately shut down and not argue with me, because I'll pull up facts. She'll mention something or I'll say something and she doesn't want to see it. Why? Because she knows I'm right. She doesn't want to know that she doesn't want to know for a fact that I'm right. Slaves in Egypt, back in the Moses time, were closer resembled to serfs than they were slaves. In case you're wondering what a serf is, think butler that lives in the mansion of the rich person. That can choose to go anywhere else to do other jobs or buy a house and stuff. They choose that life. The only difference is, the slave didn't choose to live like a serf. The slave is a slave, therefore they had to live like a serf. But they still had that kind of stuff. And they didn't make monetary income. They were allowed to own stuff. They were allowed to negotiate their income. Means if they did a better job, they could ask for more.
Right.
Quite literally. And they had odds of actually receiving. Owners would often oblige so that it would continue doing better than their standard. Incentive. Slaves were only required to work so hard. That was whatever the standard for working in general was at the time. Slave or not slave. So, before you whine and cry about it, and act like you did people a favor, go and research and make an educated version of it. Don't try to tell me that unbiased records are more accurate than biased records. As I can tell you right now, they were treated well. There's actually an Egyptian Christian archaeologist that was forced to face the truth when they went to uncover their awful living situations, found the thing, and researched like old Egypt and stuff, and they actually realized that they slept better because they went into it to prove it wrong. There was bias. They physically got there, saw the physical evidence, and went, no, they lived better than the common person. They did. That is fact.
Yep.
It is scientifically and archaeologically proven. Look, we say some stuff, again, not discrediting shit, but like, understand there's bias in it. It was written by people. It is from people's perspectives. People wrote from their perspectives. Oh, stuff sell or whatever. But you can't sit there and claim one thing when you have no actual research. Oh, well, it says it in this book, it must be true. Well, was that book written by God? No.
Give this to Senate.
How do you know God even endorses the book? Technically speaking, there's no way to know if God actually endorsed that book or not. Is there some written testament by God, not by people? Did God come down and say, yep, nope, I endorse this book? Or did you just take it upon yourselves to find the book, put it together, and then say God did it? Because the people who wrote the book. I could write a book about how I'm amazing, that I'm a bodybuilder, that, you know, I did all this stuff. I can pass it on to, like, other people, and they can write and make up their own shit. And thousands of years from now, that doesn't make it true. Oh, well, God said it was, so. Yeah, I can write that too. In thousands of years from now, anyone who believes it, I'm sorry, without any evidence or proof, is a fucking idiot. I don't have wings, I can't grow them, and I can't fly. Aliens have not come down and abducted me. But I can write that shit. What you're basing it off of is people's perspective. I also find it hard to believe that. I don't know, this is gonna upset some people, but look, I offend everyone equally, get over it. The whole Jehovah being God's name thing. Jehovah is Lord in both Portuguese and Hebrew. Lord is not a name. Lord is a title. Lord is a different way, back in the time, of saying God. Lord in heaven above. God in heaven above. Used interchangeably. You mean to tell me that you're going to translate that into his name?
People may be stupid.
That's like me addressing you as human. Peasant. Blue collar. None of those are your fucking name. It's like the Pharaoh's name being Pharaoh.
Right.
Just because there's only one God in your religion, therefore there's only one person directed at, doesn't make it his name because it's not repeated.
Right.
In affliction, you know, applicable to anybody else. It just means they're referring to him as their Lord and Savior. It is translation for Lord. A lot of religions come off culty because of this. They ignore basic things and really point out. Like, if you have this conversation with a witness, I guarantee you they'll try to dissuade you of this fact, and then when they can't, they'll ignore you.
Right.
Or like talk about something else, because this was never addressed. They had answers for everything they had technical answers for and could actually logically explain. When it came to the things they couldn't, we ended up somehow talking about other stuff. Every time. Does not seem fishy at all.
Right.
Whatever happened to the... And now I can't get anybody to come back and answer the questions. I gave it a fair shot. When you sit there and you act culty and stuff like that, I'm not. Sorry. Just another thing. When you sit there and apply the fear tactic, I'm sorry. I'm not going to worship someone who condemns people. Oh, well, he doesn't technically condemn people. Well, if you... Let me put it this way, right? If you get a cat, right? We're talking about living things, so we're going to refer to an analogy that also applies to living things. If you own a cat, right? And the cat doesn't treat you or refer to you or look at you and act like how you want it to, does putting it on the street, does it justify putting it out on the street corner?
No.
And letting whatever happen, or letting the cat die? No, it doesn't. You're responsible for it. God didn't just pick us up off the corner either, or he created your God created us. For him to not do something is, we have a word for that in the English language. It's called neglect.
Right?
So just because they didn't take the opportunity to jump at a religion that didn't make as much sense because they felt like a lot of the things didn't make sense, it was run by people, and they had no real proof of this, and they didn't blindly believe in this shit, you're gonna neglect it? It's like asking your cat to worship you.
For real.
It's unrealistic.
Not gonna happen. The whole cat thing is not gonna happen.
No, it's not. Same thing with the God and stuff. It's not, like, it might or might not, but, like, that's a fear tactic. I'm sorry, I don't jump into religion with fear tactics because they never add up. None of them ever add up.
Yes, bitch.
To me. Like, you can't say, look, I get he's a jealous God. Jealous is a sin. Does that mean God goes to hell? Or is he just exempt? And again, a God that doesn't follow his own rules is not a good God. You can't claim him to be a good God. At best, he's neutral. Maybe lawful neutral if you want to get technical. But I mean, not even that. He can't be considered that because he doesn't follow his own laws. Technically speaking, he's neutral.
Right.
And if that upsets people, I'm sorry, but by not following your own commandments, you know, him being a jealous God and declaring he was, this is all stuff that's said in your book. It's fact. I'm not just spewing random shit. I looked into my shit. I bothered to research it. So if you haven't opened a book and actually looked at stuff, even, you know, and if you know less about that book than I do, as someone who doesn't really support, it isn't biased to the religion. We call that blind faith and delusion. Sitting there insisting that you know things, but aren't willing to actually prove that you know them. Sorry, you're less believable than me at that point.
Right.
Jesus, technically speaking, didn't condone the offering plate. He had an offering box. He didn't ask for anything of people. It wasn't a business run on money.
Right.
People stopped in and walked over to the box. They didn't get a thank you. They didn't get a bunch of people looking at them do it either. So it's not just the whole asking thing. It wasn't the gratification that we expected. You know, try to research, try to make sense of your shit.
Right.
If it's not supported, it's not true. That's just as much as there is to it. There's no fact, there's no proof that it happened. Sorry, I don't believe in something that is it's proven fact. The original Bible has been edited. You can say that it wasn't this or that, but you have no physical version proof. The Bible has been looked at. It has been confirmed that there are things that are in it that aren't in current Bibles. There are phrases that have been written out of it. And when your best version, the best version go-to you have for like an original reference, is a rewritten physical copy of one that has been edited, you can't claim that it's been edited. And if you ever notice, the claims and stuff never, like, when they say, oh, well, it's not been edited, they don't give you a physical version copy or quote things. They just say it, and they expect you to believe it. Then turn around and they have their own copied version. Well, they don't address that there's a different version. They just state there is only one Bible. Well, there is only one Bible, but it's been edited, and there are things that aren't in witness Bibles that are in the original. That means that if there's only one Bible, one true Bible, there's no base historical Bible. And when you're basing things off of things that had been put together and written, there is a version of that, and there are things missing from it. That is a fact. I don't care if your religion says otherwise. There is proof, because what you claim it's based off of has been edited. There are
every time,
your version doesn't have the verse, if thy slave does not follow thy master's will, thy master shall beat thy slave, for it is the will of God, which is a literal verse in it.
Right.
Or the ending to one. The original Bible refers to things that have to do with slavery in masters, and endorses physical correction. That is about the nicest way I know how to put that.
Right.
You can't sit there and conveniently say otherwise and then not have a reference. Like, that's a cultic kind of behavior.
Exactly.
Sit there and conveniently ignore or address facts. That's what cultic is. That's what makes cults, is when you deliberately ignore truths or facts. And it doesn't have to be a cult to display cultic behavior. An individual can display cultic behavior. That is more typically referred to as delusional. God has a purpose for everything. Well, then what was the purpose for the dinosaurs? They exist. They do exist. If God made all living creatures, why did the dinosaurs exist if he was just going to turn around, erase them, and make humans? There's no answer for that. It never got answered either.
He won't. That's what they won't.
Don't.
You don't have an answer for the dinosaurs, then go fuck yourself.
I'm sorry, but if you are finished with your quote-unquote studies and learning about this or that, then you should know the answer and you should be fit to... What do you mean go talk to someone more experienced than you? You finished your studies and your research and stuff. Which means you should have an answer for this. You don't conveniently redirect me when you don't want to answer a question. You know what else does that? Customer fucking service. You know what? People don't believe in what customer service people have to say. Why? Because they don't fucking follow through with it. Same goddamn shit. Why do people? Well, then why do people even have the religion? I don't know. You know, so for different things have different reasons. But one example of why might not be is fear tactics. You're gonna go to hell. You're gonna cease to exist. Again, doesn't make a good god, makes a neglectful god at best. Neutral. What defines a good god is a god that helps people who are in need of help, regardless of if it's beneficial to them or not. Jealousy doesn't make a good god.
Not the slightest.
You got jealousy, neglect, and love. That all adds up to you know. And I'm sorry if that upsets people. I'm stating from a fact point of view. Like, the best put it this way, I believe in a couple religions, but I don't believe in any human form of religion, because every quote unquote human form of religion has things that don't add up.
Right.
And then people sit there and there's too many cults. Like, I'm not, don't get me wrong, I'm not, what is it? Where they believe in only science. I believe there are plenty of things I believe they could or could not be endorsed, but no god has come down to tell me or address me in person. And I'm sorry, but no god will expect people to, you know, the masses to randomly convey their stuff, because even if you talk to one pastor or another pastor of the same exact religion, they're not going to say the same thing.
Right.
When you recite lines and ways to deal with stuff, you are a business to advertise. You are more business than you are
Our religion.
a religion. Because you are treating it like a business. You're trying to expand the follower base. You're rehearsing, reacting to people and all this stuff. You are giving, for the most accurate term, a sales pitch. You go door to door like that. Unless you go and get, and that's why religions can tend to have like
the special human child. What do you need?
You can sit there and refer to, and again, another thing, which again, referring to several religions, not singling anything out. So if you think I'm talking about one religion or one group, you misread the situation. I'm talking about several. And I'm sorry, but your religion, if it's anything I've said, unless specifically I specified your religion and what I was talking about, it's not the only religion that applies to that. I'm sorry. You might feel like
Not special,
you're special. Yeah, you're not special. For better or worse, you're not special. You are among the number of religions. Atheist is what I was looking for before. I'm not atheist.
If it's new research,
I just don't believe in a lot of. I believe. But you know, going to door, and stuff like that.
Humanity's real
And
hope.
places that, oh, well,
Don't
we
you
don't
think?
have church, we have gatherings. If it is held at a building that is only used to do with your religion or whatnot, it is church.
Mm-hmm.
Church is a religious gathering of so many or more people. Or that's congregate.
We're a bunch of religious backjobs congregate. More or less.
Congregate. When you specify a building for only religious purposes, not going to someone's house to have, Bible study or anything like that,
That's why
or
humans
this
need us
or
to
that, or
this
talk
way.
about God. You have a building like Jehovah's Witnesses. Well, we don't have church. Well, technically speaking, you do, because the only thing different is what you're calling it. You sit there, you get up, you preach, you sing the hymns.
Oh,
I've been
special
there.
human child.
Been
It's
there,
no
done that.
different, other than I have literally been in there multiple times. It's church. Other than them claiming that it's not church, it holds no difference in a Catholic or a Christian. I mean, some of the minor details, but the same thing could be said between Christian and Christian. What this represents, what that represents. This, oh, well, not everyone's allowed to take bread. It's only meant for this. Or that. Like, if that's the only difference, then it's still church.
Mm-hmm.
You apply to the same standards. You can call it what you want. But that's like pronouns. It doesn't change what it is.
Exactly.
At the end of the day, when you want to get technical and not this or that, if it has duck feet, duck feathers, quacks like a duck, looks like a duck, has genetics of a fucking duck, it's a goddamn duck.
Right?
Doesn't matter if it's lab grown or not. Doesn't matter if it was raised for this whole purpose. Doesn't matter if it was genetically engineered. It's still a fucking duck.
Back.
Does it breathe fire? No. Then it's a duck. Does it talk at people? No, it's a duck. What difference does it have from a normal duck? Oh, well, where it was raised. It's a duck. It's a fucking duck. It grew up in a lab. You mess with its genetics and stuff. A test tube baby human is still a test tube baby human. It's still human.
Right?
It doesn't have to be in the course. Same thing if it's still a duck. It's still a church.
Walks like a duck, quacks like a duck. It's a fucking duck.
You're still a guy. Oh, well, what changes have you gone through? Well, no, I'm a girl. What changes have you? Technically speaking, you're still a guy. Yes, your pronouns may be this. Yes. No. I don't think everyone should have to sit there and memorize your pronouns if they don't want to. You don't have to talk to them if they don't. I'm kind of somewhere in the middle. Depends on the situation. Depends on the person. If the person is chill and cool, then probably I'll go along with it. If they harp on me or go off on me because I didn't remember it fast enough, then yeah. If they don't always get mad if I call them this or that, like if they know that I know their pronouns and I'm saying it this way, and all they do is correct me, they don't freak out, and I'm not doing like saying it just to be a jerk, then I
I
might.
am analyzing the void paradox.
But if they get all like upset with me and shit for making a small minor mistake, I'm sorry. I'm not accommodating you. You didn't there's a certain amount I'm willing to do this or that for people who want me to do this or that. And when you haven't earned something, I'm not going to go out of my way to accommodate for it. That's I hate to be that guy, but that's society, buddy. That's how that works.
Right?
And if you want to get technical and down to it, if you believe you're a cat, and you feel like you're a cat, and you want everyone to act like you're a cat, we call that delusional and needing therapy.
Right?
Now, you can feel like you should have been a cat. And you can accommodate that and want that and ask for people to call you that. But when you take it a little too far, you're that child who should have been in therapy. Because you're not a bird, you can't fly. And if you want something, it's like the difference between an ideal and actually wanting someone to accommodate your ideal and actually striving towards that ideal. If you're not willing to make the appropriate changes, you can't expect others to be willing to accommodate the changes you weren't even willing to try for yourself. If you don't want to be treated like a cat, then don't ask to be treated like a cat. Example of this, I don't think it's wrong that I think it's hilarious, appropriate, and accurate, and I think it's giving people who want to be treated like a cat what they want. I don't see anything wrong with the state that for like, hey, you know, from what I hear, I haven't done too much research on it. There's a state, and I think it's like Maine or Michigan or something.
One of the two.
And again, have not gone out of my way to confirm this. With a grain of salt. When I hear, if you're walking in public and you're acting like a cat and you're existing like a cat, you're making cat noises and stuff, you want to be a cat and all that good stuff. And if you act like one, they could legally call the pound on you and have you animal control and have you picked up and brought to the pound. But you know,
that funny.
I don't see anything wrong with this. I actually feel like it's truly accommodating. It's if this upsets you, then you're no better than the woman who screamed for equal rights, but then get mad when the judge sitting there and going like, I don't care if he physically grabbed your wrists and held them. You were beating him with a big stick. Oh well, it's abuse and no, it's not. Well, if you believe in women's equal rights, but you think it's not acceptable to hit a woman who's attacked you, like. So here's the thing, right? This is a true story. This is my cousin. This is old school. This is military, right? My cousin was in the Navy. That implies he went on ships. There are like the girls' quarters and the males' quarters, right?
Right.
Ships have ramps and stuff so that you can be on the balcony of the girls' quarter without ever truly going into the girls' quarter. It's the balcony connected to the women's quarter. The guys did not go to the women's thing. They weren't peeking through the windows. They weren't being perverts. They were just chilling because this one had a nice view. We chilled on, and not a bunch of shit in the way. They chilled on the women's quarters balcony. Well, some woman who was, you know, a foot and a half taller than my cousin, or something, or a foot taller than my cousin, sits there. She's built stronger than my cousin and stuff. Insists that he needs to go because it's a woman's quarter, and my cousin pointed out that it is part of the public area, and that you know, you can go back. You know, it's not like they can't chill on the male quarter.
Right.
Points this out. It's like, you know, you have just as much right to chill on our balcony as long as we don't go to the building. We haven't entered the women's quarters. This is a balcony. It just so happens to be on the outside of the women's quarters. It's not part of the women's quarters. It's accessible without going into the women's quarters. It'd be different if they had to walk through it. But she had forcefully grabbed his wrist to try and remove him, which again did not have jurisdiction to do. And in the end he didn't move and stuff. don't remember if he actually called her a bitch or if he was thinking it. But she left. Eventually she let him go. And she left. I mean, why does he keep coming out all the way over to here? He left fingers. She left finger marks, like actual indents on his arm.
Oof.
And it hurt. And he didn't do anything physically wrong. All he did was refuse to move. She could have gotten a superior and had a superior tell him to move. But she knew, chances are she knew the superior wasn't going to do jack shit.
Right.
Because he was technically right. You did not have to go through the quarters. The balcony started, the stairways, you know, a lot of those stairways start before they actually get to the quarters. Technically speaking, it extends far beyond, like, it extends beyond this point. It's a balcony. You know, it's not technically the woman's quarters. You don't have to go through. It serves a purpose. And you know what? If men are sitting there looking off it, it means that if something's coming in that direction, somebody's seen it. There's more of a chance. Like, military-wise, even, it doesn't make any sense to not have people there. You know? So, it's a balcony. Oncoming threats can be seen from the balcony. So there again, you know his only regret?
What?
Not punching her square in the face because he didn't believe in hitting women back then. That's when he stopped believing in don't hit a woman. She was bigger than him. She was stronger than him. She didn't apply to, like, you know, needing to hold back because of this or that. I mean, technically she could have removed him by force, but she would have literally suffered. The reason she didn't was because she wasn't willing to go too far. She was already overstepping her boundaries.
Right.
And honestly, had he gone to, like, go, this is what happened, this, and whatnot, you guys could tell you this happened, she'd have fucking probably gotten put in the barracks.
In the brick.
Yeah, that. She assaulted another, person in her own group for no reason at all. They were the same rank too, so like she didn't outrank him either.
That makes it even funnier. Me. It's like you're the same rank as me,
But
bitch.
to sit there and say that it's okay for her to put wrist mark, finger marks on that, but it's not okay for him to hit her, that's not equal rights. And oh well, him hitting her is sexist. No, saying he can't hit her after she's done that is sexist. It's the opposite.
Exactly.
That is what the whole woke thing comes in. And I use that as a general term for people who have art. I use that as a term for people who support and push towards something, but in doing so have become the very thing and believe they're doing the right thing and believe they're actually supporting this, but in reality, they're the perpetrators they're fighting against, technically speaking.
It became what
They're the one doing
hate.
the harm to... It's like, go on.
It's basically they became the people they swore to not become and to fight against. They just became the villain in whatever delusion they are in.
And it's just like, I grew up, and I can say, from early age to older age, I am more anti-sexist than the typical person I grew up with. Why? Because I didn't care who you were or what age you hit. I cared about your body mass. I cared about your height. And I cared about what my impact would do to you. And I adjusted accordingly. I also took into account what I actually wanted to do, how bad I wanted to hurt you, and whether you were a girl, a guy, an adult, a child. aside from the consequences and how bad I wanted to hurt you and how much I wanted to hurt you, all I took into was your height, your build, and then I did it anyway. I didn't not hit girls. I did not hit kids younger than me. Now, if you notice in all the stories I feel bad and talk about my brethren, I would have just, it doesn't matter if he was my brother, it doesn't matter if he was 7 years younger. Notice in none of them I close hand hit him. I've never struck my brother close hand. He's done it to me. He's sucker punched me in the spine. A lot of the things he's done is worse. Even after you include physical and age difference, physical differences. Right? The spine doesn't care how tall or muscle mass you have. When you punch somebody in the spine, they're going to keel over.
Mm-hmm.
When you give it all you've got, I've never hit him with everything I had. I have put handprints on his back. Let me tell you, I've hit people bigger and stronger than me with more force than I hit him with. Why? Because they were bigger and stronger than me. And I've never left a lasting print on him. I've never hit him with a closed hand. Growing up, I still, to this day, have never close-fisted my brother, even though he's taller and more muscular than me now.
Well, shit.
And when people ask me, which I have, I can think of 3 people off the top of my head who would ask me genuinely, who would win in a fight, me or my brother? And my response to them is, depends on how serious the fight is. If it is a fight to the death, I will win hands down every time. If it is not, chances are I'm going to lose more than half the time. Because that's what I specialize in. I specialize in fighting for my life. And when you apply, that's the area of expertise. When it comes to the techniques, the amount of techniques I have versus someone else, the amount of things I will go for, and I have techniques that whatnot. So it doesn't matter if he's bigger than stronger than me. I will go for the eyes, and I will go for maiming first. My initial damage isn't to do damage to you. It's to make sure you can't ever do damage to me.
Right.
I have been out of shape and deliberately could not bring my foot above my waist. Like, I could get it there for like a split second. And yet, I brought my foot all the way up to arm's width. Like shoulder height. Someone said they were going to kill me, and then, as a joke, just to fuck with me, and hold both hands out. And instinctively, I brought my foot up, caught the end of their finger, and fractured their finger without actually breaking skin. That is my instinct. That is muscle memory. That is muscle memory I haven't used for years. That muscle memory will never go away. That instinctive reaction. And I'm born with a strong sense of that. Instinctively and subconsciously, I am willing to take your life to save mine. If you're what's trying to take my life.
Right.
Instinctively, I don't want to hurt people, and mentally I don't want to hurt people. And if I'm willing to, and even if I want to hurt people, I don't like to. I think about the consequences and stuff. I've been known to curve punches I wanted to do. I wanted nothing but to hit the person. But to prove a point that I wanted more, I indented the wall, and when they spoke shit and they made sure hitting them might have made sure they never talk shit again. But not hitting them made sure they never did what they did again.
Right.
Because they realized what would happen if I hit them. If they survived it, and they lived through it, the story could be warped. I was the only one who had my opinion in my side. They were trying to manipulate me to do something. Second of all, even if you get clocked and you swollen and all of this damage and whatnot, you're more confident because you know you can live through it if they lose their shit. That it might be around this. you can gauge it. And when you can gauge the damage of something, you become more cocky. When you've never been hit by it, but you've seen the damage it's done to something else, you're not quite as cocky.
Right.
This is a fact. I rather hit a solid drywall. This isn't like, oh yeah, drywall. No, solid drywall means A, it's packed to be, your typical wall. So if you walk up into your house and you punch your wall, when I say solid drywall, I'm talking about that. Not
right.
cheap ass paint. This is solid. This means that it's more than an inch or two thick. Your walls aren't made from wood, they're typically made from drywall. I left, I won't claim that I could do it now, but I left my knuckles passed through that wall. Not all the way through, but I had to literally put my hand on the wall to make sure I didn't hurt my shoulder pulling my hand out of the wall. And that was me pulling the punch at the last second, which means they don't have an accurate gauge of what my punch can do when I follow through. But they know it can embed my hand into a solid wall. A solid drywall. I'm pretending like it's stone. That's why I'm being humble when I say drywall. I'm not pretending it's stone. I'm not pretending it's wood. But it takes a lot of force.
Right.
And sure, I curved the punch, but there's no guarantee that affected my punch, good or bad. There's no proof either way. However, they never backed me into a corner again and tried to push me until I set off. That's also how I know I have bipolar. Without a doubt, when you can push somebody until they act before they realize what they've done. That is a fact that has to do with bipolar. Because one trait of bipolar that non-bipolar people don't have is your thoughts become actions before you choose them to be actions. You are committing the action before you've thought to yourself that you're going to do it and decide to do it and follow through with doing it. It just turns into doing it. And sometimes, before you even think about doing it, it happens. I never thought about throwing that punch. But when I came to and I realized what was going on, that punch was already mid-swing. And word can tell you, my punches have a snap, which means the slow part of the punch, if you take the slow part, right, the wind up, after my punch starts to get thrown, the entire rest of the punch, the second half of my punch, the actual punch part, and Ward can confirm or correct me or adjust, I can throw about 5 second half punches before I even get halfway to pulling my arm up to do the first part. That second part is a snap. I use the momentum to fling my arm uncontrollably forward in a predetermined trajectory. I don't swing, I don't hook, I snap. This also allows me to repeat the action, but again, it becomes less accurate the more I repeat the snap, and I can do it 2 or 3 times before it's lost its real effect and can even be defended completely against. But I can repeat that same fast action after striking you. If you still haven't adjusted to the fact that I just hit you, I can snap you in the head to about 2 more times before you can do something about it. Does not have as much force, but it's that quick punch. And when striking a vital area, but even after that, by the third one, it's lost its momentum.
Right.
It will start hurting my elbow. Because in the initial punch, I quite literally... Because the reason why is it puts strain on my elbow when I repeat the primary punch. So So wherever I've landed it, I can just keep thrusting it forward. But if you thrust your arm forward repeatedly from a halfway point, you'll hurt your elbow, minus the impact.
Right.
So I can strike somebody about 2 more times before the punch is doing more harm than it is good. And it puts me vulnerable because let me put it this way: when I talk about fighting somebody, things have gotten past the point of reason, which means I imply everything that could happen. There is a chance they might grab my arm and try to bend it backwards like I would. They're being attacked. Their life is potentially in danger. There is no guarantee. That is why, growing up in Florida, when you reinforce something with a praise, we don't have threats in Florida. Threats are considered intended, announced actions. It is as good as doing it. In Florida, we legally treat threats like that. If you say, I'm gonna stab your dog, I can legally strike you in the face. If you say to my best friend that you're going to stab his girlfriend, I can legally assault you. I can't stab you because you haven't actually pulled out the knife, but I can apply dangerous force.
Right.
You are a couple categories down depending on the situation. But in every situation, if it is a hostile or physical thing, and again, you would have to prove they said it. You can't just say they said it. That's a story. If there's someone giving an alibi on the other side, even then. But legally speaking doesn't change what you're allowed to do. It just changes what you're persecuted. Because the persecution is separate from the actual the actual act. We are innocent until proven guilty. That applies for people who are guilty. If I can't prove you're guilty, and I do something without reason, that's why, you've accelerated the stabbing, and it's not going to look as favorably. Legally speaking, if you're caught on camera, they pull a knife, and they're legally caught threatening to stab you, and they have the knife out, they have the blade out, you can legally stab them. But you have to know that camera's catching their sound. You have to be willing to bank on it. That's why I say, with physical assault force, because the jury's going to be less likely to believe you. The more you do harm, that's why I say do a step under. That's why when I was talking to Warwick, I was like, this is the best advice I can give you. I would do this, I would take action on this, but at the same time, I wouldn't go past this, even though you can. And I had to make that clear to him, because we had this talk. You want to do a step under. You don't want to, if you don't have proof that you're the right, you don't want to go past assaulting with a dangerous weapon. That's a bad idea. Because all they have to do is create better proof than you have, and you're found guilty. All they have to do is be more of a bitch than you are when it comes to dealing with the court. Doesn't take a lot to try and prove that if they can get someone that says they're there and nobody says they weren't there, that's an alibi. That's proof that someone's supporting. That's all it takes is for them to call up a friend and you not to have a friend defending you. And even though you literally, they were threatening to kill such and such, and maybe have done it but never actually got caught with it before, and never got taken to court before, like, the person who tried to drown someone where you are. If they threatened to drown your girlfriend and you stabbed them to death, and they have someone claim, like the place claim that they didn't do that, then you're found in the wrong, even though you did the right.
Right.
That's part of the system. But it's more harm than it is hurt, because as much corruption as there is, if you were found, all it would take was you to not be able to prove that you were innocent,
Give this descendant the goods.
and more innocent people would be convicted as criminals. It would allow for more corruption. Our system isn't great. Our system is corrupt. But you can't, it's hard to say that you could do better in our system, because a lot of the changes people would make thinking they were doing the right thing without actually thinking about it and actually doing good research on it, you'd be doing more harm than good. Taking guns away. Let me put it this way. How many gang members can legally own a firearm? How many gang members have a firearm? The numbers don't add up. How many gang members threaten innocent civilians? How many gang members that aren't supposed to have firearms threaten civilians? How many would threaten civilians if they knew guaranteed civilians never would have a firearm to defend themselves?
It would skyrocket. Just saying.
All it takes for them is to make sure you don't find the thing, and you're fucked. You've called the police on them. They weren't able to find the weapon, therefore they weren't able to prove this. Therefore they can't help you, and now you have a pissed off gang member with a reason to fucking kill you. Taking guns away from civilians is a bad idea, because yeah, they might get it from this source or that source, and less gang members might have guns, but the gang members who get them through this means or that means that are completely illegal, or repurposed a lot of airsoft guns and a lot of mock guns that are legal, that would still be legal, can be repurposed and remade into actually working like a jury-rigged gun. Jury-rigged guns aren't an oddity, because sawed-off shotguns, sawed-off this, modified that. People jury-rig guns all the time. And people not taking you seriously can actually be used as a weapon. I know this a little too well because I'm kind of guilty of it. The way I avoided teachers flipping out on me for shit I did was nobody could ever catch me doing shit. I to this day don't have a court case ever against me. I've never been accused of anything, legally speaking. Therefore, even if something were to line up or something like that and the story to be twisted. Example of one scenario that would have happened because I looked into it. Promise tried to, my clean record was the reason why Promise never, when your roommate altered what I had said that I had said this, and they threw my complaints out because of our complaints out in our counter complaints. In your room, may altered that story. They tried to use that against me, but Ray actually didn't want to use that against me. Do you know why Ray didn't want to use it against me?
Why?
Because it was highly unbelievable. If you like take into account not only my references, but like my past records and the fact that I've never been convinced of anything. It's the best you're gonna get, and that also means that less people report me for things I do make happen. Again, you want me to give an example that applies to both you and me?
Sure.
That I'm more guilty of than you, but have nobody ever complained about me doing it? Winslow. Waving a knife around. I've literally pointed and used a real knife, an unsheathed knife, as representation, like, right, to a store. And I've even pointed the tip of the blade towards somebody when talking to them. Instead of actually extending my finger, pointing at them, it was easier just to turn the blade. Point at them with the blade. They knew it. This is something I was constantly guilty of. This is something that they never brought up against me. A, because I never did anything wrong. I've never done anything wrong. I've never pushed stuff, even when stories were made up. People who would accuse both of us of doing something would do that knowing I wouldn't get, like, accused of it. That I'd get off the hook, but you wouldn't. People have even told stories that involved getting me in trouble because my part of it in it would be, they were pretty sure my part in it would be overlooked. You have never really opened a blade up and pointed it at somebody. I mean, you've waved a blade around, but from a great distance from everybody. I literally was sitting next to them in the chair right next to them.
If you overload the computing device, you can create an opening to attack the
I was
commander
within
directly.
elbow bumping distance. Like, I could bump them with my elbow.
Bump.
I didn't have to bump them. Yeah, I could jab them with my elbow. And here I am, pointing a knife blade towards them. And nobody went batted an eye because that's just not the kind of person I am. In Winslow, someone broke into my apartment while I was in there, right? Not knowing that I lived in the building at all. Saw me, and due to my street reputation and what I've been known to do physically and what I actually did in response, they apologized. They not only said sorry and apologized and said I'm not here and closed back so that while they were backing up the door, closed the door and ran down the fucking street. I proceeded to run down the street with a blade wielded at them with the intent to stab them. You probably would not have gone that far in that situation. I am much more guilty of that. But I felt the reason I have to stab them is because I felt totally justified.
Right.
They were in my home. Technically, legally speaking, even in Florida, that would have been a crime. Even if I stabbed them and it was in Florida, even after they broke into my home, that would be considered a crime. You don't know why?
Why?
That's not standing your ground, that's pursuing somebody.
Oh.
They had given up the fight and they ran. I could legally chase them down and try to detain them and call the cops. Citizens arrest. But legally, I could not take violent actions. They never took violent actions towards me, and they had left my property and building my property residing. I was no longer defending my property, I was out for blood.
That's bold for you.
Nobody from that point on ever tried walked in my room, unlocked their time. Especially the people who live there. Why? Because I was the psycho bitch who would run you down even if you apologized and ran away.
I just want to poke you a little.
He was, in Leonard Skinner's terms, right?
Uh-huh.
He wasn't trying to talk me down. He was trying to get 3 steps. He just wanted 3 steps. Just give me 3 steps, mister. Give me 3 steps towards the door. That's what he was trying to do. His intent was to make it act like he was talking me down. He said, wait until you were done with your bullshit as a courtesy. However, he got to the door and he left the door. And knowing what he was doing, I still gave him that courtesy. Why? Because it's my standards. Why? Because people who actually follow through with shit, even though they're not good, are more reliable in how they behave than people who aren't.
Artificial brains into the computing device, descendant. If you
Think about
overload the device,
Right.
the veil will be neutralized.
He knew I'd let him get that close to the door. He knew I probably wouldn't catch him. There was no guarantee, and if he ran for his life, I never did catch him. I sure as hell tried. I chased him literally. You know downtown Turner's? Or Wins... So I chased him from Winslow, past Cumbies.
Oh.
Yeah. When I stopped running and finally gave up the chase, I was literally throwing up. I was gagging and throwing up because I had no air in my lungs. I was pushing myself. But I wanted to, that's how bad I wanted to stab him. And it was my fault I didn't catch him. But I'm not going to, I'm gonna let you do your bullshit. I'm gonna be the guy who lets you do your bullshit. Say what you want, just like I let Heather come in and cry on my fucking lap before I kicked her out and told her never to come back. I let her go through with her thing. I gave her the courtesy. You can't say I was the bad guy in that situation. Even though I tried to run down the guy and stab him, you can't say I was the bad guy in that situation. I was not the only... I gave him the courtesy. You can't say I wasn't, like, fair about it. Because for as hostile as I was pretty fucking fair. That way if someone goes, well, you're awful, you're this or you're that, and you weren't fair, and everything else is cool, but that last one's pushing it.
The enemy commander
I was
is using
definitely
the face
fair.
separation veil as a shield.
I didn't start chasing him
If you
until he was
overload the
finished with his
computing device,
bullshit.
You can create an opening to
You,
attack the commander
him,
directly.
Them and I all know he had no intention of talking me down because he knew I wasn't going to be talked down. You know why I was going to be talked down? Because I told him if he ever accidentally or not broke into my place again and stole anything from me, I would go through whatever means I could to try and stab him to death. I don't care. I let him know. And you know as well as I do, my threats have the possibility of being true, no matter the circumstance. I won't threaten. Like, remember when Mags told me to tell the lady on the other phone, and like my psychiatrist that, you know, that I'd bring up a lawsuit for negligence, and you know why I didn't even consider it?
Why?
Because I knew I would never follow through with it.
Right.
I won't make empty threats. I'll make threats that there's a possibility that I'll follow through with. I don't bluff, I threaten. There is truth behind what I have to say. However, that also means that people take me seriously after they know this fact. Good example, as a straight guy, I did follow through with dry humping the side of your face.
Right?
I lack the you factor. You forgot to take this into account. Said there, Fed, I will dry hump the side of your face. Fed's talking shit, and you just sit there going, no, Fed, he will do it. Ah, he won't do it. He did it to me. What? You said he's to me. It's A, neither one of us enjoy it. All these have to be taken into place for me to like the effect. A, it has to not be for a sexual reason. B, you have to feel uncomfortable and not like it. And then that to me, it lacks the U factor. And C, it's no more reason than you would dry hump the side of something. Huh?
Hey there. What can I help you with?
So you are, you know, basically an example. As a straight guy, you could expect me to dry hump the side of a snowbank. Everybody, you know, it's called being horny. Everybody does it. Not dry hump the side of the snowbank, but be horny. Horny is a universal thing. It happens. It wouldn't be weird. I mean, it would be weird, but that's beside the point. You got my point. So when I have less reason to dry hump the snowbank than I do your side of your face, more reason to dry hump the snow, then I'll probably follow through with it. I like that E factor at that point. To me, it's no different than eating green peppers, even though you really don't care one way or the other for green peppers. They're green peppers. I don't really like them. I won't have them put on stuff, but I'm not really bothered if they're on shit either. It's a thing. It happens. You know. It's a thing. My head hurts now. I'll probably need to do dishes soon too. I have plenty of these. Watch me have like no viewers. Ha. I scared everybody away with the religious talk. The dry hop. Give me 3 steps, give me 3 steps, mister. Give me 3 steps towards the dawn. Got that stuck in my head now. I'm gonna go buying. Not a single purple, that's kinda sucky. Even if you don't get what you want, you can still reduce the number of your mods by combining them. So I just combined 15 sets, so 15 times 4 into only 15. That's 3 times 15, it's 30, 45. So I turned 45 into 15. I was trying to get them into purples, because you could actually get a step above. So if I get them into purples, then I could combine purples towards golds. Worst case scenario, I use up money, but I got plenty of that. And I wasted time. But even then I can like even out and get stuff that I could use. E antibody. Hawkeye. Fire specialist. Iron enhancement. I already got 6 that I can find here. Seven sets. Eight sets. Oh, I did get one of those. Did get more of that. There's 15. Oh, 2 purples. There's 5. I still got like 15,000.
Officer, give this descendant the goods. When will you visit again? Wanted to see me?
I really need another one of those. really need one of those.
I don't deal in ordinary goods.
Don't need that, don't need that, don't need that. Like, not a whole lot of...
Now what do you want? Go on, I'm waiting.
Still need that. Merp.
There.
Yay, he lives. I didn't sleep again tonight, I did this stuff. Yay. How many days has it been? At least almost 3. I just have to make it when I guess technically it's been.
Descendant. The enemy has modified the Ancestor's weapon with Vulgus technology and are using it to emit inversion energy. It appears they are defending the gates with it. The weapon contains ancient arcane. The structure on the ground draws and reduces this. Descendant, I will show you the properties of the arcane stored within the weapon. You can disconnect the energy link using your own arcane.
You guys not paying attention to the keys. fucking group doesn't have a clue what they're doing. We're like 2 minutes into a 4.5 minute thing. We're only gonna have 2 minutes to fight the boss because they don't. I'm the only one pushing the fucking tiles or standing on the thing. So when I'm gonna leave the second we pass that mark. They can't auto kill this boss. They're gonna have trouble. Because by the time the boss starts, we only have 2 minutes.
We must find a device that will save arcade properties. You need to attack that device from above to penetrate the immersion energy.
They're not breaking the bubble either. I'm finding a new group. I'm not gonna sit there and get silver fucking prize. Look guys, just because you had to dawdle. I'd have fought the boss if you guys helped out with the basics. But the timer's a real thing. Don't bring things they can't fight. Don't sit there and I mean, I'm not taking it fully seriously either because I don't have my special weapons on. That's second, but my weapons are strong. We're strong. My weapons did do damage. They weren't awful. Oh, I did my shotgun. So my shotguns are done. Launchers. Yeah, we have 823.
Descendant. The enemy has modified the Ancestor's weapon with Vulgus technology and are using it to emit inversion energy. It appears they are defending the gate with it. The weapon contains ancient architecture. The structure on the ground draws and releases this. Descendant, I will show you the properties of the arcade stored within the weapon. You can disconnect the energy link using your own.
Even though I didn't help out, I actively tried. I was actively looking at something. Somebody else had finished theirs. That's how I got around. But we are 39 seconds in. Instead of like a minute in on the first one. in 24 seconds. It's not even 2 minutes and we've gotten to the boss stage. We have time to wait for everybody to get the, make sure the resources are still up. We're in the boss stage. And it's 2-minute mark, so we got like half a minute longer.
Descendant, the enemy commander is using the inversion energy as a personal barrier. We must find a device with the same arcade properties. You need to attack that device from above to penetrate the inversion energy.
And the boss is down. I guess I'll train the sniper rifle instead of the rocket launcher. I also don't, like, if you notice, I don't clear out my shit at the middle of everything. Like, in the middle of the game, I clear it out before, and I'll leave early, so they have a chance to get somebody else in, if I realize I don't have enough time to get my shit. We have a 9 and a 39. God damn it. No. Every single person, we have a 9, a 30. We have no high level 40s. Alright. Fucking Christ. I'm not playing with level 8s and level 11s. Boost your person up so you can actually fight it. Check the switch this back. She's not in a good mood, I guess.
Descendant, the enemy has modified the Ancestor's weapon with Vulgus technology and are using it to emit inversion energy. It appears they are defending the gate with it. The weapon contains ancient arcane. The structure on the ground draws and releases this. Descendant, I will show you the properties of the arcane stored within the weapon. You can disconnect the energy link using your own arcane.
I need a fucking group. I don't want to do this two-person. I need a group. I need a group that isn't shit people.
Descendant, the enemy has modified the Ancestor's weapon with Vulgus technology and are using it to emit inversion energy. It appears they are defending the gate with it. The weapon contains ancient arcane. The structure on the ground draws and releases this. Descendant, I will show you the properties of the arcane stored within the weapon. You can disconnect the energy link using your own arcane. Descendant, the enemy commander is using the inversion energy as a personal barrier. We must find a device with the arcane properties. You need to attack that above to penetrate the inversion energy.
Welcome to the modules lab.
Hey, Wolf.
Yeah.
You remember that user that goes by the name of Larry the Frog I told you about?
Yeah.
He has a new account. He's harassing me again.
God damn it.
It's like, dude! You come across my shit, you have to say shit. Shut the fuck up. No one likes you.
There's no chance of just ignoring him.
No,
Nothing he says
because
matters.
he's gonna go on, like, if I make another video and I go on with my life, he's just gonna say something on that video, say something on the next video, say something on the next video. So I reply with, well, how's you sleep at night?
Tell him. Do you really have to? Does he create content?
He creates shitty content.
Well then, good, because you know what you should say.
What?
Just reply to one of his comments, right? And what I want you to say to the on the comment is, "Oh, you're one of those guys who, to make you where you're one of the guys. You're one of those people who think that it helps your channel when you sit there and trash people who make similar content who are better than you, so that way you can try and push up your shit." There are people who literally spend every day going on like, I've known people and found people on YouTube's basically, right?
Yeah.
They felt like it was a good career choice to sit there and go on other YouTube people's stuff and try and flag random videos and shit. Basically, you're just mad because my stuff's good and you're trying to weed out competition. Shut up.
That's actually pretty funny. Love it.
It is. Well, ironically, it's probably what he's trying to do.
Like,
He's trying to make your shit look bad so that his shit can get more promoted.
all his content is just him reacting to comments. He's just such a loser.
Well, then don't give him fuel to make his content.
No, if he replies to my comment with a video, it's just to make him look stupid. He probably knows that. It's just an underrated reply, like, whatever helps you sleep at night. Or say Larry the faggot. You're not a frog. Stop saving your frog. You're just a loser on the internet who has nothing better to do than trash people's content. And instead of like coming up with something original, he's like, Larry the Frog 2 is his new channel. Like, how did you know it was me? I'm like, did you ever think your name is just very rememberable of being an asshole? Just
Did you ever think of trying
saying.
not to make it look like you?
For real. I love how we're just bashing him. And again, wait. Oh wait, it's too fucking easy. With a name like that. And he got mad. I made like I replied video to it, one of his videos way back when he started his shit. And it was just a picture of his page, and it says, "If you're feeling frog, you might as well jump," which is a very aggressive version of a Navy SEAL saying, "If you're feeling froggy, you should jump," or something like that.
Isn't that just what you said like 2 seconds ago?
Yeah, but it was more. I took some of the context out of it. I couldn't remember the whole fucking saying, and so it corrected me on it. Oh my god.
He's just being a bitch.
Bitch!
I don't understand why people are fucking idiots. Other than the fact that they're people and people are idiots, like I don't get it. They like people. It's almost like some people just want to make themselves look bad.
I don't deal in ordinary goods.
I swear some people are desperate to look like losers. That's so weird. What, I don't understand why they call it Season 2, Episode 2. Why didn't they just call it Season 3? First Descendant. Why are you guys trying to shoot at me? You don't even have a fucking shot on me, and you're shooting the shit out of a fucking giant solid fucking wall. Shits.
They started talking shit on my Warframe videos. For real? Yeah, I was like leveling up Verona and I got changed and I'm like, oh, that's kind of cool. But I recorded it, uploaded it, and he's like, oh, I don't think he's tough. I'm like, bruh.
This is the fucking guy who names himself after a frog.
For real! It's like, dude. You literally named yourself after pretty much the weakest link in the entire animal kingdom.
You are a walking drug at best. The only, if you're not somebody's favorite animal, the only thing people think of you for, usually, is to pick up and make poison darts, like, or to fucking lick you to get high.
Damn. Oh, look, he's staying quiet this time. That, or he actually has a life and a job, an actual job.
I doubt that, latter. It's just AFK or some other people.
Probably.
Ask him why so slow in the reply this time. You were asking other people. Are we seeing other people?
I thought we were dating.
I thought we were a thing. And here you are. I see you on other channels. Hanging with other people. And call him a cheater. You cheater, you seeing other people. That's not fair. Was I just a fling to you? At least I took this seriously. Fucking, it'd be great if you could track where he comments on.
For real.
Just
Be
follow him
fuck.
around and harass him. Yeah, we should do comment on every one of his videos. But instead of bashing him, right? You know what we should do? Just make it weird. Make like a weird comment on every one of them. But that's one that's sarcastic and clearly a joke. Don't outright bash him. Make it look like kind of like you're just being a sarcastic weirdo. Like, make fun of him without actually making fun of him. The key. Just like, and then when he calls you out on him, go, oh, why so personal? Just because you make fun of my videos doesn't mean I'm making fun of your videos. I'm just being a smartass. I'm being a goofball, man. Unlike you, I know how to have a good time. He's bored. React to the shit that I react to, or you react. I don't know. Like, he reacts to people reacting to him, right? You know what you should do? Like, you should sit there and make it, you know, like, you know how, like, add to it and then make it weird? Add to the shit that he says in the videos. Oh, when you said this, that was kind of, and you said this, that was kind of, I didn't know you swung that way. You want,
Right?
you said this, and this, and this, and just make it weird. You know, that's not really legal. Consent is a thing, right? I'm not sure they'd be into that. You seem to say this a lot. Are you implying that's your kink? Yeah, you like to sit there and harp on you. You know, it's not really appropriate to drag people into your fetish. You realize that, right? That's not publicly acceptable. You said this, this, and this. Jesus Christ, get a room. And just don't even don't outright harp on his shit. Just sit there and make everything fucking weird. Then when he comments on your video, turn around and make that weird too.
Right?
Instead of fighting back, just make it weird. What are you? When he goes, oh, that's so gay, and you're like, actually I'm bi, but sure. Don't believe me? I can make a video about naked circles. Small boys.
Right?
Give me anything of your character. Laugh, fuck my character doing your character in the ass. Come on. Let's go. Come on. Give me something, Chris. Yeah. Just commission. Just for the fuck's sake of it, buy a cheap artist and have them commission that character in the ass. Or do AI art. Just AI art of you fucking his character. Or shut your fucking mouth. Here, I'll give you what you want. Just shut the fuck up. Poke my dick in your mouth and suck it. Fine. There you go. Happy now? Are we happy? Just speech bubble. You passive. Ugh. There's so much I could do with. They can't do anything. It's art.
Right?
Just send them. Just say Rule 34. Look up this.
Right?
Can Twitch get mad at you for posting a link to something in your description? It's inappropriate. Or not Twitch, whatever it is, whatever you're using.
TikTok.
Yeah. Just straight up ask him, are you trying to like hit on me because is this some tsundere crap? And then when he replies back, no, you just sit there and be like, are you sure? Because that seems like what a tsundere would say.
Oh, I already commented on like 4 videos. Like, weird man. I'm like, what's wrong, hon? I thought we had a thing.
My girlfriend, you just be like, Nikki's okay with me having imaginary relationships online. She's okay with her.
Yeah, I did that one with like, are you cheating on me? Come on, man. Oh my god, if you have your replies to these comments with videos, it's gonna be so bad for him.
You
It's
better
gonna be
think
like,
before he does.
it's like, do I really want to make a video about with this comment or no?
You there, losers. Shot in the back.
Ew, ogre.
Wow.
What are your PC master rates?
Oh, so I did each time I do an outpost. So you get season, what is it? Battle Pass XP for just doing normal shit. I just did this outpost and I got 10 Battle Pass XP for doing normal shit. I'm gonna shoot these pedestrians. Pedestrians. Battle Pass XP. I didn't get anything. Okay.
Yeah, figure out who's recording my fucking content. They're the fucking frog. Feeling anxiety. Oh my god. This video triggers my anxiety.
Watch him like report you for fucking being sexually inappropriate.
Oh my god. I can just appeal it easily, because it's like...
It's not sexual.
Right.
It was a misunderstanding.
Right?
Not really, but... It's harassment. No, it was a misunderstanding. You gonna tell me what I thought I believed? You gonna tell me what I was thinking, too? I was fast. TikTok over here trying to tell you what to say and what to think. If I have a wedgie. Ah. fairy took my little lamb and painted it white.
Oh my god.
It's Michael Jackson now. It was black before. Watch me. Watch somebody take that racist way.
Oh my god.
I don't know. Was there something wrong with either? Tell me. Where did them from?
Fact.
I never said there was anything wrong. Mush.
He's a grown-ass man with immaturity with a child, which is the funniest shit ever. This is like,
Immaturity of my penis. Why is he mocking my penis? My penis never did anything wrong. Why are you insulting my dick? You what? This is why I love coaxing people into saying they're doing shit. They don't understand. Like, my cousin doesn't understand. And I'm like, but I like to bully the bullies, because it's fucking funny.
right?
They get so mad. It's not like the child game. I'm not just trying to set somebody off to set them off. I want very specific. I'm aiming for very specific reactions. It's big brain, not small brain. Not mid brain. Big brain. Who's the bigger f***ing idiot? The one doing it, or the bigger f***ing idiot or child? The one doing it or the one falling for it?
Right?
Yeah, got that unlocked. Huh, I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 things unlocked. And one of them actually costs 3 points, not 1 point. No, he's making fun of me. That's my job. No, he's gonna wear the pants in bed. Ah, distress noises.
Yeah! Oh
What?
my god, so many people are harping on him now.
That's fucking hilarious.
And like I just made one reply video and like now like my almost entire fucking followers are like harping on this dude. It's grand.
It's not his fault he cries himself to sleep at night. I mean, what?
Yeah, this guy went by the name of Wolf Knight. Just kind of, my guy, you know how you know. My guy have no idea how much to tell someone who didn't deserve what happened. I followed most of these and never deserved the hurt that my own father and my ex put me through. Like, yo, dude, like that is. Hopefully, realizes that he's still a bed.
He dum dum.
Big dum dum.
Yeah, no gum gum.
Right?
I don't have enough to implant. Shit. Dum dum. Give him gum gum.
No.
I need the gum gum fruit. I want to be Monkey D. Luffy these nuts. Rubber penis!
just mad I have more followers than him.
Yeah, it's just targeting you because you're bigger than him. It's also targeting you to make content.
Yeah, but
Not really
with a
helping
lot of
much
these
when you get
comments,
shit
he's gonna,
on.
a lot of the comments I gave him are gonna be like, can I really make a video
Here,
with this?
look, this is a video with shit on my head. This person got me so good. Okay, let's keep that shit off. You guys, let's save that for an NSFW.
Humanity is very weak.
Place.
He makes a comment, a viewer reply to one of my comments that I sent his way. I can be like, whoa, let's keep this on NSFW, man. Thanks for the idea, man. This is why I keep Wolf around. It's like whenever I have a problem with someone,
NSFW.
whenever I have a problem with someone, he gives me ideas on how to like troll the shit out of them.
It's my forte. It's literally what I do for shits and giggles. Hell, if you want to get real technical, I do it to Ward and Fed and stuff. Whenever somebody goes down, I sit there and go, hey, I make you so irritated with what I say when you get down that you learned how not to go down so I can shut the fuck up. Not my infiltration mission, anything but my hairy infiltration mission.
Yeah.
Wah.
Wah.
I'm gonna try a different game now. She all pissed off about something. Is her reply to me asking her the question earlier was it doesn't fucking matter anymore? In those exact words. I'm like, Jesus. Guess I don't have to ask her to tell me how she really feels.
Right.
How do you really feel?
I want, like, her reply would be like, I want to rip your head off. I want to know how to get that thing, that fucking turnkey.
This fucking alien screeching at me.
Right?
Tell me, well, fine, tell you how you really feel. Just followed up by alien screeches.
And like, you want to know the funny part about this dude? You know more about Warframe than he does. And he thinks I'm Mr. Know-it-all about Warframe. Oh no.
Bro, I knew more about Warframe than Delag did when I was just guessing.
Right?
And talking out of my ass.
Oh god, it's the monkey scream thing. Ah! You're stupid! Leave the lobby.
Are you playing on Warframe?
No, I'm doing my dailies. Oh, I need to check my dailies up.
Oh, you're on First Ascendant. I thought you had said Warframe, leave the... Warframe, leave the lobby, leave the f***ing lobby, and I was like, what? I kind of, if you need anything on the first ascent, let me know. But right now I'm on Warframe.
Training. Training what?
Rain, go away, stack a ping bomb on me. Yay, boom boom time.
Yay, more do nothing dailies.
You need me to do your shit too? Cause then I really won't sleep.
For real. But my here's emote, I can just whatever I want. Ever since the Black Ops 6 came out with the what do you call it movement,
Yeah.
people have been doing weird shit.
What movement?
Omni movement, something like that.
Oh.
Like, people are like
Yeah.
Ian uploaded a video to TikTok of these two people, like basically grinding on the bed in Nuketown. One of the beds in Nuketown. And it's like, wow. No sex life much? You have to do it in the game? I'm not one to talk about it. At least I don't drag it into a game and be like, oh, look at me!
Like, trusted. Hey, first Senate, do you think that song is loud enough? I can hear it from one side, I'll be on to from the other. No for you. No No No
Mm.
Oh.
We just went full villager in Minecraft.
Oh. Oh.
someone doing a dance or something. It sounds like they're playing Black Betty.
That is kind of a shit song, I will say.
Right.
It wasn't until I like watched a meme, like when you're listening to the song and just the song, it's not that bad. When you actually listen to it out of context, like when you're listening to it and it's put behind something,
Right.
it's like, dear fucking Jesus, you don't realize how bad it is. I'm sitting there going, God, what, gods, why did you give this person this? I'm like, basically it was the rabbit playing with like the nuclear fission separator thing.
Uh-huh.
And then it was just running from the fucking explosion and it played the majority of that song and I'm like, ah, my fucking ears, this is awesome, this is hilarious. But Jesus, my ears. My fucking ears. Holy stop, please, I beg you. Alright, here we go. We got Enos. Ooh, Enos is a good one. Plus 200, plus 1,000 health and secondary. Would not chance. I'm gonna get Enos.
That song is AIDS! Or with the monkey scream in it. Hey, that's the perfect way of putting it, dude.
Let's see. Negation armor. It's not on anything. This is toxic play, or what is this stuff? Oh, that's corrosion. That's really good. Heavy impact. Shock absorber. Activated it as Exilus spot. Let me look at the Exilus stuff for a sec. Inventory. X. Yeah, see, I got like 7 of them still. 5 of them or whatever. Alright, this is level 6. We have toxic plate. I can get 2 from that.
I think he blocked me.
Probably.
That's how it's done, bitches. There we got banned.
Heck, you know what? I could switch this out with something. Instead of toxic thingy, I could do lightning dash. Alright, negation armor. Let's Scarab Shell line. Inaros takes fatal damage. He consumes Scarab Shell to deal with a brief invulnerability that ends with a deadly slash status effect. Instead of stretch, use I don't really know what to do with this one, so I want to turn that into something else.
You say that.
We'll do Saxon Carpus instead. Do something level 8. Enemy radar. Gale kick. That's Grace. Um, Continuity. Strike containers. Hey, Mags.
Yeah.
Oh, what'd you do? God damn it.
Yeah. Mm.
Can't say my habit was quite the same, but I used to do something similar without drawing blood.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Mm.
Do we have actual, like, legitimate confirmation on? else gives a shit, I don't see why you should.
Good.
Yeah. You don't have the option of doing that without claiming charges. I know that much. My question is, if you did give them a name, you still have the option not. I was just trying to figure out if there was a option.
No? Yep. One way or another. Damn. Bad time, dude.
This is not the best time if you don't want to listen to angry hippie noises.
Who'd you ask? You might want to mute up.
I was just saying it for we were saying it for your sake.
Okay.
That's why we gave him the warning.
Yeah, fair enough. What? dumbass. Yeah. Right.
The healing process began. I'd would have even gotten that had I actually seen it.
Yeah.
I know. I'm saying I would have interpreted that you were doing that. If that makes sense. Yes. Yes, that's what I was trying to say. Sorry.
Definitely.
Yeah, definitely.
Mm. So as you, Hippie, as you know, I talked to Josh recently. Yeah. He's say he wants to catch up. That's why I said Josh might get on soon, not tonight. He does want to catch up with us. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Word. Remember I said something right off the bat?
Yeah.
Like, you kind of tell when things are going wrong.
I can too.
I ain't psychic, but I just have this sixth sense.
Hippie, off topic. I know you're not in the mood for this shit, but I got someone to block me on TikTok. So, press averted.
Was it the guy I was suggesting about earlier?
Yes. All those comments were like too much for the for them boss.
That's
And it ain't not poor and dumb, but he's
absolutely
a bastard. Who's playing drums?
Órale. A ver, good to see you, friend. See you soon.
Damn it!
That's actually
Damn it.
really fucking funny.
Have you remember the guy who goes by the name of Larry the Frog? You might not remember him, but
Bitch boy. Remember the bitch boy?
yeah, yeah, bitch boy, good term for him. I think he got his old account banned. It did.
I told you I fucking blasted his account down. You were like, oh well, he's still da 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 da, and I'm like, just wait. Okay, fine. Just wait for it. Told you. I can't even find the shit no more, and I'm like, there's a reason for that. We had this conversation. Why you act so surprised?
Ain't no man getting bested
almost
by no
offended.
tech-rotted fax machine.
What's his probably disturbed? Whatever.
You proper sent the tech rot back to the Stone Age. Now bring it home, fam.
Cover it better.
You got real quiet.
Good to see you, friend. Hey, be safe.
And we're gonna do it right. Contact of mine as a lead in his clothing palette. He swears it's legit Shibikaji. Helena's in range when I eye her. I'll get her to pipe you a look.
Give me a sec. Without going to your name? It depends on if you pop up in the top list. And I don't know if it's for PC too, but if I can do it on mobile, then I could probably do it on. I have so many people added. Work. I'm gonna accidentally call somebody by the end of this. Doesn't matter. Is all I can see, but it's shortened. No, I'd have to hit on your thing as far as mobile goes. I see it under the when I open your name up. Why, are you trying to figure out if he can see it? You can't see it unless you go in and click on your profile if he's using mobile. I don't think he has a physical PC, so I don't think that matters. Not unless he chooses to read it.
You are here to find our target and bring them to the extraction point. Happy hunting. Void Fishers. You need them to open a relic, but are you confident you can withstand their fury? A Fisher. Defend yourself and use reactant to...
Now you might be wondering if I'm holding back on y'all. Dreamers. You know it.
Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching. You found a target. Capture them quickly before they escape. Looks like heavy activity ahead. Scans indicate our target is in the vicinity. Find them. Mission complete. The captive has been escorted to the extraction point. Well done. That's it. You opened the relic. Finish your mission and we'll take a look inside.
Ah. Mags, don't go. I promise I'll not be a... Okay, maybe I will be a...
Great work. I am pleased with your performance.
I can't make promises, I won't cape. Don't worry, be happy, get a little on the side of... I will get a little bit on the side of... I feel like the starboard is going on. That's not bad.
Please select destination.
I need to kill 75 Skolder troops with melee. I will be able to get his present. Definitely take the arcane. Equipment. Arcanes. Okay, Casanova. Most space out there. Closer when invisible gain. Ability strength. Eruption. Fury. Impetus. Instantly. Oops, you. Why do I feel if if I actually booped you IRL, you'd stab me right now? Not like serious stab, but like stab with something that would hurt really bad. Not do it, but not do a lot of damage. That rod. Exterminate. Profile. Weapon. Beasts. Used. Eight point zero, 8.1. 7.8.
There's a Furbon in the air. So damn Skuldra knows civvies are trapped here, and they're still starting a purge. We gotta stop them. Dead. Every last one.
Where's the soldier troops?
Just pinged one of Skaldra's secret stashes. Use the Furbon charges to mount the locks and get inside. But I gotta tell you, they will not be happy about it if you do. It's gonna deadlock permanently. Clock's ticking. Look for Furbon charges. And the extremely pissed off bad guys.
Insist on refusing your medicine. Has it escaped you that I command a literal army? Stallfall! Paratroopers, engage!
Huh?
tech rot in the area. This is purely a civilian purge. Clearing out locals so the Skuldra loyal can move in? I hate Skuldra.
Right? Right? Back.
What's that? Now I'm hungry.
Stormfall, you are going up against the most dangerous breed of Technot. The Hex. Best of luck to you. Good hunting.
Right? Right? Just pointed out he was going out anyway.
Scratch one.
That's the last of them. Time to go home.
Come on.
Takes care of that.
something good. Show me. Ay, pobrecito. Renew anytime.
Please select destination.
Also, tell me you want your fucking food back or your food money.
Please select destination.
What?
Tech rust's just the excuse. Skuldra's using these purges as cover to kill anyone who won't follow their orders. I say we send them a message and wipe out this entire purge squad. Just ping one of Skaldra's secret stashes. Use the Fervon charges to melt the locks and get inside. But I gotta tell you, they will not be happy about it if you do. Alert! Your window of opportunity to get into the cache is closing! Find fervon charges.
Why is it 400 fucking meters in front of me? Hey, you know what? Fuck that shit.
Please select destination.
Don't light me on fire, please. I'm sorry.
Scour your supply cache in the area. You get near, it will start ticking. Self-destruct. Need to be quick to get the goods. Yo! Supply cache clocked you. A fervon charge or two will melt that lot proper. Halfway there. On the job, no quit.
Yeah, my guy uses melee attack.
One down.
Supplies destroyed. Pick up the pace next time, yeah? You got the worst of it. Now come on home, fam.
Mega. Mega. This was Mortal Kombat. That would have been a fatality.
Ooh la la.
Scour your supply cache in the area. You get near, it will start ticking. Self-destruct. Need to be quick to get the goods. Supply cache flipped into self-destruct. Get worksy, a fewer fervon charges should pop it. Know this. Open that thing and the tech bot will get riled up. Crazy.
At least you tried.
Clearing them out. Bet it smells better and all.
Better lose this thing again because I can't find anything.
Over and out, fam. Job's a good one. Nice one. Supplies destroyed. Pick up the pace next time, yeah?
Yeah. Is this are these rhetorical? Alright, I can't tell with you. Sometimes you want an answer. Hey.
Scourge your supply cache in the area. You get near, it will start ticking. Self-destruct. Need to be quick to get the goods. Yo! Supply cache clocked you. A fervent charge or two will melt that lock properly.
So, like, sure didn't feel like it a minute ago. I don't know if I want to be the boss of the house. I figured as much. These guys.
Line them up and cut them down. They're half done. Teckle's proper pissed off. Hitters coming out of every nook and crook. I say, let him come.
Some people actually have taught cats how to pull.
Quitting time, fam. Bring it home.
Hello? You had a cat named what? I lost you in that. Boop. Yeah. That's fucking hilarious. Right?
Select destination.
Today, the patient is Holvenia herself. She's choking on tech rot spores and they're spreading. Skaldra built hell scrubbers to purge the rot, but those idiot menials couldn't keep them clean. Rot just absorbed them. I'm hoping you're a little better at your job. Flame the first scrubber. These scrubbers are prone to spore growth. You don't shoot it off and it could become fatal. For the scrubber, and you. Comprende? Scrubber's getting choked out. Fix it.
So be it.
Hell scrubbers are starting to emerge. Yeah, I gotta hand it to the little guy. He knows how to talk to the appliances.
Hush up, darling. Time is done.
Baby's gurgling, new health scrubber bubbling up. Good kill!
Dude, I just activated it. You shouldn't be able to do that while I...
Dealt with.
Turns out it's not just hell scrubbers coming out of the rot. There's some stuff we might be interested in. Like this. See? My ass is out here on the line too.
Was it already that far progressed?
Spore contamination is getting out of hand. Start holding your breath.
Stop leading me in circles.
Situation critical.
And no more.
I don't understand how it's already down and infected as well as that far along. They get infested the second they come up. I'm not even gonna get down to it. It's only like 80 something meters away. It's already gonna be infested, watch.
Gotcha.
Fuck off.
Okay, marking extraction. You can pull the ripcord whenever you need to. I won't judge. You got any use for this?
Well, it was quick at least. look too close. Just a journey, friend. Quiet now.
I can hear you.
Fly free, sweetie.
gonna check it. Patty wanted me to check in last Monday, so well, earlier than ever. I went and checked in with her. Because I told her some things were going on in my life. And she's like, hey, check in with me on Monday. Yeah, like last Monday.
Okay.
Cause she shows that she gives, like, if someone's having trouble with something, she's showing that she actually gives a damn. I'm like, give a shit who was prior to her. I forgot what my day already is. Yeah.
Dude, it just went up. How is it already in red? Dude, it just went up. Are you fucking shitting me? been at this for 22 minutes. It's one mission. Dude, it hadn't even dropped it. You're full of shit. See, it just went up and it just got infected. Like, it got infected the second I went up. If I'm not, like, waiting there... Close this shit. I don't understand.
little close, no?
Stop climbing on shit. Bolt the
Deal
exit.
with that
damn it.
scrubber buildup, stat!
Fucking Christ.
Nothing more you can do. Get out.
Full.
Please select destination.
Man, all these kill 500 enemy challenge. Bitch. gonna kill so many
Select
things.
destination.
Keeping this short and sweet, go into the heart of the infestation. Recover the lost
500.
tail scrubbers. Keep
I'm
them
gonna go
clean.
500 meters.
And when the timing is right,
And
fire
so-
them off and kill the tech rot at source. The spores. These scrubbers are prone to spore growth. You don't shoot it off and it could become fatal. For the scrubber and you. Comprende? Scrubber's getting choked out. Fix it.
Fly free, spirit.
Amir's code injection is like activated charcoal to the tech rot. Makes him puke these hell scrubbers right back up.
I literally was collecting this.
One scrubber, set of spores, coming up.
I have to put this one like 200 fucking meters away.
Levels dropping. That bought you some time. You're welcome.
Let's not look too close.
Turns out it's not just hell scrubbers coming out of the rot. There's some stuff we might be interested in. Like this. See? My ass is out here on the line too.
Not sure why they put it 300 something meters away.
Almost.
Dude, I don't understand.
Mission's minimum threshold. But you didn't come down here to do the minimum, did you? scrubber buildup, stat! Oh, hey, welcome to the find out phase. You got any use for this? Playing it a little close, no?
Everyone just got super silent. Hello? Hello?
Let the purge begin.